which I mean, I can live with if I have to, but it definitely is distracting.
Should be able to fix that.
So are we announcing
that
we are full price for every round?
You see, I'm even getting the echo now.
You guys are live on Twitch now, so you may be having that locally there.
I see.
Which I mean, I can live with if I have to, but it definitely is distracting.
Can you mute the sound out of the stream?
So are we announcing?
I don't know if you are.
The Zoom call, I'll mute the Zoom call now for you.
Here.
Yeah, so there was no audio going out.
All of that mess.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020, coming to you this year live from Toronto. My name is Dustin Childs. I'm the communications manager here in the Zero Day Initiative, and of course, I am neither in Tokyo nor Toronto. I'm from the Mid-South headquarters of ZDI, also known as my home office. This year, we've got an exciting event planned for Pwn2Own Tokyo. And a first for us, we're going to be streaming the entire contest. So hopefully, if you're here, you recognize that, and we'll be on Vimeo and Twitch and YouTube over 3 days. We have a total of 19 total entries for this year, and it's going to be a really great show. So here's how it's going to work. All of the entries have their names put into the hat. So we're going to draw for order. It's going to be a random drawing. I'll put it out and show you all which ones come up first. And then we'll set the schedule based on that drawing. Each attempt is 20 minutes long. They'll have 5-minute periods where they get to demonstrate their exploit. If their exploit demonstration is successful, we'll go off into a disclosure room, get all the details, make sure it's a true 0 day, because we have to not know about it, as well as the vendors have to not know about it. And once it's confirmed, they'll get the cash prize as well as the whatever target they're going after. It is Pwn2Own, so if they pwn a television, they're going to get the television. Also, what's unique this year is in years past, the prize money has gone down round over round, but since I'm not in Tokyo eating sushi this year, our budget has been increased. So each round will get a full payout. That's great, and that's how much sushi I really eat. So that's good news. So the contestant draw is maybe not as important this year, but if you get a late draw, that still means you can still get a great payout. Like I said, we've got 12 teams, 19 total attempts. Let's go ahead and get the first attempt out, shall we? Let's see who's going to start our day. It is going to be STARLabs team, targeting the NETGEAR Nighthawk on the LAN side. For all of the Wi-Fi routers, you can go either off the LAN interface or the WAN interface. We have both targets, so we'll see how they go. I'm really looking forward to see the WAN interface. Next up, let's see who's about. We have Trapa Security targeting the Western Digital SAN. Nice. The network attached storage is a new category for us this year. We have Western Digital, we have Synology. Both are participating, so it's going to be really interesting to see. Coming up next, we have Team Flashback on the NETGEAR on the WAN side. So that's nice. That'll be really interesting to see a WAN interface on that Wi-Fi router get discombobulated. Next up, we have 84C0 targeting the Western Digital NAS. With 19 entries, we'll have about 7 per day, taking us into day 3. Our next contestant will be the team of Black Coffee, targeting the LAN on the NETGEAR Wi-Fi router. Here we go. Our first television, Team Vitel, targeting the Samsung Q60T. The T doesn't stand for target specifically, but I think it does in this contest. That's cool. Next up, Team Flashback, this time targeting the TP-Link AC1750 on the WAN interface. So yeah, groovy on that one. Okay, next up, we have a blank piece of paper. That's not good. Next we have Trapa Security, targeting the NETGEAR Nighthawk on the LAN side. Following them is Team Bugscale, targeting the Western Digital NAS. The team of DevCore, targeting the Synology DS814 Play. I'm very curious to see how this goes because I own one of those myself and have it as my home server. Following them is the STARLabs team, targeting the Synology DS418 Play. Next up, we have 84C0 targeting the NETGEAR Nighthawk on the LAN interface. Following them, F-SecureLabs on the Samsung Q60T TV. So that'll be interesting to see as well. The televisions are always fun to watch get popped. Sam Thomas is following that, targeting the Western Digital NAS. Only a few more to go through. The next one is Synactive Team, targeting the TP-Link AC1750 on the LAN side. Let's see. Let's see around a little more. Next up, a team from DevCore, targeting the Western Digital. Following them is Team Bugscale, targeting the NETGEAR Wi-Fi router on the LAN interface. We only have 2 entries left, and I can't grab one. Struggling to... I'm going to mess this guy's name up, and I'm really sorry. If you've ever participated in Pwn2Own, you know that I'm terrible at pronouncing names. That tradition will continue. Guarev Barua, targeting the Western Digital. Hopefully I came close to that. And the final entry will be Team Vitel, targeting the Sony X800H television. So that's the order. We'll post the schedule on our blog site, zerodayinitiative.com/blog, here very shortly. You may have noticed this curious thing to my right. Pwn2Own wouldn't be complete unless we calculated a master of Pwn and chose an overall winner. So each successful attempt gives you points. If you withdraw, points are subtracted. The points do not change round over round. So whoever has the most points at the end is crowned Master of Pwn. They get, among other things, this fabulous trophy. Look at this thing. I'll get you guys a close-up look. That bug, we worked with an artist to create this, and it's a really, really amazing trophy. We also have a custom hazmat suit. We have a tradition of funny, interesting, nice jackets / clothing / whatever. A custom hazmat suit seemed appropriate for this year, so you'll be getting one of those as well. Hopefully one of the folks in Toronto will model that for us later. But anyway, so our first attempt starts at 10:30 Eastern Time. And like I said, we will be posting that schedule shortly. Follow us on the stream. Follow us on Twitter and our blogs. In between attempts on the streams, we'll be showing you videos from prior contests. We'll also be doing interviews with the contestants, as well as people from the conference, as well as people from Trend Micro too. So check back in, see those. Our first interview will be with the Senior Director for ZDI, Brian Gorence. We'll kind of cover the history of Pwn2Own and kind of what to expect over the next 3 days. Beyond that, we'll also be showing some exploit demonstration videos from bugs that we've purchased at previous Pwn2Owns. Those are fun to watch too. Some from Miami, some from Vancouver, and some from Pwn2Own Tokyo from previous years. So again, our first entry is at our 10:30 Eastern Time. All of the times are Eastern on the blog, so that's UTC -4. And like I said, stay tuned. We got a lot of great content for you, even between the attempts. Follow us on Twitter and make sure that you see all the latest. I'll be posting everything there. And good luck to all the contestants. And I'll see you at 10:30 for the attempt.
Created to encourage the reporting of zero-day vulnerabilities privately to vendors by rewarding security researchers, ZDI is a unique program. It incorporates the global community of independent researchers, augmenting our own internal research organization with additional zero-day vulnerability research and exploit intelligence. ZDI is also a top supplier of bug reports to Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT. Bug reports submitted to the program are first verified by our own Trend Micro researchers. We don't publish any technical details concerning the vulnerability. However, once we confirm it, Trend Micro research creates protection, enabling our customers to mitigate attempts at its abuse. The bug report is also shared with the affected vendor, who has 120 days to produce a security patch to correct the issue. Once the vendor's patch is released, we publish our own advisory with additional details. Our disclosure policy ensures bugs will not be swept under the rug by the vendor. On top of that, as more and more bugs are reported, bonuses and top-up awards increase through a loyalty program similar to frequent flyer miles. Researchers are publicly credited for their work, both by the vendor and by ZDI, unless they choose to remain anonymous. The bounty program and research conducted by ZDI ultimately leads to more secure products, improved customer security, and takes potential weapons out of the hands of would-be attackers. Our annual Pwn2Own hacking competition has resulted in defense-in-depth improvements such as stronger sandboxes, reduced attack surfaces, and vulnerability-specific mitigations in popular web browsers. Without ZDI, many vulnerabilities would continue to remain hidden or be sold on the black market to be used for nefarious purposes. The Zero-Day Initiative is a key component in Trend Micro's world-leading insight into vulnerability and exploit intelligence. Trend Micro customers receive protection ahead of a vendor patch to aid in their defense until a fix is available. On average, over 2 months before the vendor issues a patch. That's if the vendor issues a patch at all. ZDI combines its mature bug bounty processes with modern thinking to deliver cutting-edge research and value to the researcher and practitioner communities alike. The work done by the Zero-Day Initiative makes the digital world safer for everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. We are ready for our first attempt of the contest, and it is the team from STARLabs. They will be targeting the LAN interface on the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router. At stake, $5,000 and 1 point towards Master of Pwn. Again, the one who has the most Master of Pwn points, the trophy. And I forgot to mention earlier, that also gets them instant platinum status for ZDI for 2021. And that on its own is worth a lot. So really looking forward to this first attempt. I've heard of some great things about it. So I'll toss it over to our folks in Toronto who are actually going to run the attempt. Abdul, I hand it over to you.
Go. Oh, all right.
All right.
Nice.
Well, that was pretty fast, right? All right, Kevin, if you want to show this up. Good.
Can we take a look at the screen?
Yeah, we can take a look at the screen now.
Yeah, you guys can.
Yeah.
Game it.
Screen. The screen share. Actually, just take up the laptop and, yeah, the desktop, please. Yeah, there we go. UID 0 equals root. So that is a successful demonstration.
All right, thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
So congratulations, guys. That's a great first. That's a great way to kick off Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020. Now, what they'll do is they'll actually go to a different room and they will get with STARLabs. They'll confirm everything, and make sure that it is truly an O day.
Okay.
And then they'll also deconflict with NETGEAR and make sure that they're not aware of it. And what they'll do is they'll actually go to
Vincent.
So that was great. That's a great way to start a contest with a successful demonstration. Like I said, they'll now go to the disclosure room and provide all of the details of the exploit they used. We'll make sure that it's not a duplicate of a previously known exploit. And then once it's confirmed, that'll be a success, and $5,000, 1 point to them. And then we will notify NETGEAR. Then NETGEAR is able to go ahead and start working on a patch for that. Our next contest, next entry will be at noon Eastern time, and that's the Trapa Security team targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100. That'll be the first of our NASs that we take a look at. And so we'll see you then. In the meantime, stick around. We'll have a couple videos, and we have an interview with Brian Gorence coming up at 11. So we look forward to seeing you then. Hello everyone, welcome to Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, and today I'm coming to you from our Mid-South headquarters, also known as my home office. With the COVID-19 coronavirus affecting so many people and so many different institutions, this year's competition will be held completely virtually. So we have contestants and ZDI researchers all around the world, and they will come together on a video call for each attempt. Everyone participating has already sent in their exploits to us. So when the time comes, the ZDI researcher will run the exploit with the contestant watching online. So for this year's contest, we have 6 different groups set to run 7 different attempts, 4 today and 3 tomorrow. As a special treat, at the end of day 2, ZDI's Lucas Leong will be demonstrating his own exploit against Oracle VirtualBox. So that'll be at the end of day 2, so be sure to stay to tune in for that as well. Our day began with some Pwn2Own newcomers, a team from the Georgia Tech System Software and Security Lab. They were targeting the Apple Safari web browser with a macOS kernel escalation of privilege.
All right, I'm gonna launch Safari now.
You nervous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They chained together a total of 6 unique bugs, starting with the JIT vulnerability and ending with the Toctile race condition to escape the sandbox and pop a root shell.
Nice, nice.
It will spawn the kernel shell too. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
look at that.
Nice.
All right. Nice, you guys.
Their smooth demonstration earned them $70,000 and 7 points towards Master of Pwn.
I think it's a kind of dream, right? Like for participating in Pwn2Own. We feel like it is kind of like a festival for hackers. Like we can meet like some other famous hackers and we want to talk with them and we want to discuss with you guys. Maybe we can have beer. Thank you. We really enjoy this and we are really happy to achieve our old dream to participate in Pwn2Own. Yeah, we really love it.
Next up, Pwn2Own veteran Fluorescence set his sights on Microsoft Windows 10. Surprising absolutely no one, he used a use after free bug in Windows to escalate privileges from a regular user to administrator.
Right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, what a pop! There we go.
Nice.
Very nice, yay!
This slick demonstration earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I'm really happy that Pwn2Own is able to take place even in these crazy circumstances.
So what made you decide to go after an LPE in Windows 10?
I think that Windows is a target that I like doing. So yeah, it's personal preference.
Our third attempt of the day saw another Pwn2Own rookie take the field. Manfred Paul of the Red Rocket CTF team chose to target the Ubuntu desktop with a local privilege escalation exploit.
All right, starting the clock. Woo!
All right.
Look at that.
Nice.
Congratulations.
He leveraged an improper input validation bug to go from a standard user to root.
Nice work.
Nice and clean.
So clean.
His first foray into the world of Pwn2Own earned him $30,000 and 3 points towards Master of Pwn. What was it that led you to decide to participate in Pwn2Own?
Well, basically I had this bug and I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't initially plan on participating, but now that remote participation was possible, it was basically a very easy decision to make. I really hope to participate and be able to find new bugs.
The first day of Pwn2Own 2020 ended with the returning fluoroacetate duo of Amat Kama and Richard Zhu ready to defend their Master of Pwn crown.
Yep, ready. All right.
They leveraged a UAF in Windows to escalate from a regular user to system. And yes, this was a different UAF than the one used earlier in the day.
Boom.
Yay! Yay!
The This final entry of day 1 earned them $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
How much to add like a 5-minute sleep before?
Don't do that. Yeah, just to make it more dramatic, right?
That wraps up the first day of Pwn2Own 2020. Even when we're physically separated by thousands of miles, we're brought together by some great research and exploit demonstrations. Join us tomorrow for our second and final day of the contest. As with today, we'll be tweeting and updating the blog with results as they occur. We'll see you then. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Day 2 of Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs of the Zero Day Initiative. We have 3 attempts and 1 special demonstration on the schedule today, plus we have to crown a Master of Pwn. Let's get to it. Our day began with returning Pwn2Own veteran Fifem Hong of STARLabs targeting Oracle VirtualBox.
All right. Let's run it. Ready? Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
It took all 3 attempts for a successful demonstration, but his 3rd attempt did work like a charm.
There you go. There we go. Woo!
Nice. All right.
Gosh.
Ah, man. So much drama.
He combined an info leak and an uninitialized variable to execute code on the host operating system from the guest.
Making dramatic in the...
This earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I have to say that I am a bit afraid that the exploit will not work in the first 2 attempts, so finally it's worked. So I'm happy now.
Did you have concerns about the ZDI people running it for you?
Actually, I don't see any problem here, but if I can reset in Vancouver and see if I can make it faster.
Next up, the fluoroacetate duo returned for their second event of the competition.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, Abdul. Ready. Wait.
This time, they had their sights set on Adobe Reader. In one of the most impressive displays of the competition, they leveraged used after free bugs in Reader and the Windows kernel to escalate the system. All it took was opening a PDF file and the entire system was compromised.
Nice. Wow.
Wow. Very good.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Very nice.
Good job.
This impressive display earned them $50,000 and 5 more points towards Master of Pwn.
Waiting for the command shell to pop was just...
That's nerve-wracking,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, very nerve-wracking. It's always those moments in Pwn2Own that you never forget.
In the final official entry of Pwn2Own 2020, the Synactive team targeted the VMware workstation with the guest-to-host escape.
Come on.
All right.
Unfortunately, they couldn't successfully demonstrate their exploit in the allotted time. However, upon disclosure, we did find the bug to be valid and purchased it through the regular ZDI program. We hope to see more from these researchers in the future. For a special bonus, ZDI's own Lucas Leong demonstrated a guest-to-host escape in Oracle VirtualBox. He leveraged an OOB read for an info leak and a use after free bug for code execution. You can watch a video of the demonstration over on our YouTube channel. And that allows us to award our Master of Pwn. It was a tighter race than previous years, but Richard Zhu and Amat Kama of fluoroacetate were again crowned the Master of Pwn. Congratulations, we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Amazing feeling. When we first started out, we never could have imagined that we could get Master of Pwn, so it's a big honor.
That's great. Talk me through your last exploit a little bit. So that's kind of a scary one from like especially consumer perspective, because you open a PDF and it takes over your entire system, right?
Yes, and everybody uses Adobe PDF Reader, basically.
Right.
This type of attack has serious consequences.
Cool.
And especially since the attack also happens so quickly, like you cannot react to it. Adobe Reader, it's used by so many people, so many companies, and that makes them all vulnerable to potential exploits, right? So we want to be able to help them fix the software, fix the bugs, and have a safer PDF opening experience.
How was it going virtual?
I guess it's easier to do it virtual, but it's more fun to be there in place, when you're there on site.
I'm actually very impressed that everything is so smoothly. There's no network issues, no connectivity issues.
I hope you saw the tweet, custom hockey jerseys for Master of Pwn.
Awesome.
You've gotten jackets before. Was there a favorite Master of Pwn jacket sort of swag that you go, oh, that one was really great?
All of the jackets are obviously outstanding. One of the ones that stood out was the Pwn2Own Vancouver last year. We had the full racing suit.
The racing suit, yeah, that was pretty good.
That was amazing.
It was good.
Yeah.
We wanted to be sure to thank everyone who participated in this year's competition. There were definitely obstacles, but everyone was accommodating and worked with us to make Pwn2Own 2020 happen. We wanted to thank the participants for trusting us with their research and allowing us to run each attempt. We wanted to thank vendors like Microsoft, VMware, Apple, Adobe, and Canonical for dialing in throughout the disclosure process. And special thanks go out to our partners Microsoft and Tesla and sponsor VMware for their continued support and assistance before and during the contest. So what are your first impressions of having the first virtual Pwn2Own complete?
I mean, for me, it's a great relief. There was a lot of stress coming into the competition because of all the changes that were going on. And, we sat down before the event and kind of tried to think of all the different variables that we could control to make sure that, we would have researchers, from all around the world, plus vendors, plus the team spread out and all the different, contingency plans we need to put in place to actually make this thing successful. And now we're here at the end of the contest, and everything went really smoothly, and I'm quite proud of the team for everything they pulled off.
So getting to the contest itself, day one, I know I have my personal favorite bug. What were some highlights of the research demonstrated that y'all will talk about?
I always love JIT vulnerabilities. That's no secret or surprise because I've done a lot of work in that area. I've done presentations, I've found JIT bugs of my own. So the first attempt from day one, the fact that it starts off the whole competition with a JIT vulnerability, I absolutely love that. Especially since JIT bugs are getting harder to find in Safari, and it's glorious.
I personally like the escalations. All three escalations that were demonstrated the first day were pretty good, very solid. The Ubuntu one was surprisingly fast and reliable.
It shows that they really put in a lot of effort into making sure that when they were running, that they would actually pop the root shell or the system shell. It's something that especially when we have new contestants like Manfred Paul coming into the contest and showing something so unique and so interesting. I think it really brings light. There's a lot of people out there who would like to be involved in this remote aspect. Allows them to do that.
Then moving into day two, we started off with a bit of drama. We got it on the third attempt for the Oracle VirtualBox. That was cool. And then again, to me, the highlight of the most realistic, you open a PDF, you get totally owned. That was a great bug.
Yeah, that was awesome. And frankly, that's probably one of the best exploits for me specifically from day one and day two. I mean, we haven't been seeing, reader exploits the past couple of years coming through Pwn2Own specifically. So this one was kind of nice to have. Plus, it was super reliable.
It's kind of unexpected that bug is there. And the fact that you can go from just a PDF, opening a PDF to kernel level code execution, especially if you were to tie that in with either the VM escapes, that becomes even more impactful.
Okay, so thinking ahead, are we going to stay all virtual, or are we going to end up back in Vancouver next year? Predictions?
My prediction is I hope that we are back in Vancouver next year, that we're past all this stuff. But I think we're going to look at virtual as something that we're going to try to continue to do. I mean, it opens up the playing field a little bit. It allows us to get people who aren't willing to travel or who are unable to travel for visa reasons. So this has really allowed us to kind of test those out and figure out what's going on.
I miss being in Vancouver this week, so hopefully we can be back there next year.
For me, I'm just happy that it's over and everything went really, really well. So a lot of stress going on with all the changes, so it's good that it went well.
That brings Pwn2Own 2020 to a close. It's been a great contest. We hope to see you this fall as Pwn2Own returns to Tokyo. See you then. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020. I am Dustin Childs, and I will be joined very shortly by Brian Gorence, who is the director of the Zero Day Initiative, as well as a few other projects here within Trend Micro. And we'll talk a little about the program itself. So if we could get Brian to join me, please.
How's it going? How's it going, Dustin?
We had our first demonstration of the day. That was a success, and it was just confirmed, correct?
Yeah, it was just confirmed. The guys in the Toronto office have gone through the exploit with STARLabs. We've verified that, in fact, it is a zero-day vulnerability, at least to us. And so we've now started to go through the disclosure process, get the vulnerability over to the vendors so that they can work on a remediation. And at the same time, we'll be working here at Trend Micro to develop a virtual patch for this specific vulnerability that we can ship in our product lines to protect our customers.
Great. So let's kind of take a look at that for people who might not be familiar with Pwn2Own at all. So that what does that process look like? So the contestants come in and they run a successful demonstration. What's the next step of that?
Yeah, so what we do is we end up going back into the disclosure room and we sit down with the contestant. We look at the write-up that they've provided us and we go through all of the details related to the vulnerability. So we look at how the vulnerability triggers, the different exploit techniques that they may be using to exploit that vulnerability. And we actually take it apart and we verify that it and compare it against to the vulnerabilities that we have in our database here at the Zero Day Initiative. As everybody knows, we're the world's largest vendor agnostic bug bounty program. So we buy a lot of vulnerabilities from researchers around the world. So it's possible that there could be a collision in the case where the researcher brings a vulnerability to Pwn2Own that we're already aware of. And according to the rules of Pwn2Own, to have a full win at the contest, you need to actually have a true zero day. So as a result, we compare these details to what we know about our stuff already, and we're actually able to verify that in fact it is a true zero day according to us. Now, once we've gone through this process of validating the vulnerability on our side, we actually typically will bring in the vendor, and they will go through a deduplication check as well and verify that they also, in fact, are not aware of the vulnerability. So, and once we've gone through the process of verifying on our side, and the vendor has also verified that it's not a duplicate on their side, then we label the actual attempt a full win, which is in case what happened here with STARLabs for their very first attempt.
That's great. And if I remember correctly, that's $5,000 they won and 1 point towards Master of Pwn.
Yes,
okay, so let's talk about the origins of Pwn2Own. Yeah, starting off strong. Yeah, that's great. So let's talk about starting off just in general. Let's talk about the origins of Pwn2Own Tokyo, because Pwn2Own in Vancouver had been going on since 2007, but the mobile version of Pwn2Own didn't start until later. Take us through kind of the origins of setting up a second Pwn2Own contest.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because when I took over the program, we had been starting to work with Dragos on actually developing a mobile version of the contest. And in fact, the first time we ran Pwn2Own Tokyo, which used to be called Mobile Pwn2Own, we actually did it at EU-Sec West in Amsterdam. And I remember there was the first time I had run the event, and we had gone through the process of acquiring all the equipment and launching the contest and having to ship all of this stuff around to actually make a successful attempt or a successful contest at EU-Sec West. And it was quite challenging for us because it was for me it was the first time I had run the event. But once we kind of got the understanding of how the contest works and how to best bring out some of the best research in the world, we shifted the contest over to Tokyo and aligned it with PACSEC and Dragos at CanSec West, and we continued there for until COVID happened. So this is kind of the first time we haven't really been able to run the contest in Tokyo.
Yeah. Now I know you talked about some problems logistically setting up some stuff. I know we had some interesting times with the logistics of this, especially when it comes to acquiring network-attached storage servers, specifically Synology. Can you run us through, for the people who are watching, the fun times of trying to acquire all these devices and ending up with a few things we didn't expect?
Yeah, so at the contest, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have enough equipment so we are able to run attempts on clean hardware for contestants. And what that means is, like, you'll see on the Pwn2Own announcement, all of this equipment that is up for as targets, and we actually buy multiple versions of each one of those equipment. So we have like 8 routers this year just for the TP-Link, and so we're purchasing a lot of equipment from all over the internet, and sometimes it doesn't always work out. Sometimes it gets lost in shipping, or like this year we ordered a bunch of Synology NAS devices off of a third-party reseller, and what showed up at the office definitely was not Synology NASs. When we got the package, Vincent was actually in the office, and it was clearly smaller than what you would expect a NAS to be. So we did actually a live unboxing of this equipment, and it turned out to be a bunch of jewelry shipped to us instead of the NAS. And so we're still trying to figure out exactly where those NASs went.
And it was costume jewelry, right? Not even the good stuff.
Yeah, not even the good stuff. I mean, we paid a lot of money for those Synology NASs, and we got costume jewelry. So.
And just to be clear, that was through a reseller. That's not Synology's fault.
No, definitely not Synology's fault. Yeah, we have to. We go and buy as much of the hardware that we can, and we ship it all over the world. We ship it over in this case, to Toronto this year, and so we had to all of it had to go through customs and all of that paperwork that has to be filed to make sure that we get it up there correctly.
Yes. I know we had our laptops delayed in customs for a while this year too, but they managed to squeak in just in time. Let's talk about the NAS servers. Why was the decision made to include NAS servers this year in the contest?
Yeah, we wanted to look at this contest. We saw what happened in March with COVID-19, and we know that enterprises are kind of moving to this remote workforce, right? And so a lot of people now are trying to outfit their home offices with with equipment to make sure that they can be as productive as possible, and that obviously introduces a very interesting attack surface to a person trying to break into a person's home office. And so this year we included network attached storage. We actually included some of the most popular home routers into the contest, televisions and things like that. I mean, right now, for example, I'm streaming this actual contest on one of the TVs that's in the actual event. So we have, there's a lot of new equipment coming out, and a lot of people are trying to outfit their home office, and that attack surface needs to be tested. And so I think what you're seeing this year is you're seeing the researchers kind of looking at that attack surface. And obviously this is one of the biggest events that we've ran for the Pwn2Own Tokyo Live from Toronto version of this contest. And so we're quite excited to see all of the interesting attacks that come in this year.
Yeah, I'm interested in it as well. And I mentioned it in the opening. I own a Synology, so I really, and have owned it for a while. So I'm really curious to see what happens with that. Now, when it comes to dealing with those vendors, we had a couple of vendors update right before the contest. So we had Western Digital put out a major version update a week or two ago, and then TP-Link had an update earlier this week that really hurts a lot of contestants. How many would you say dropped because of those updates?
Yeah, it's interesting. That's one of the aspects of the contest that most people don't know about, is that typically right before a Pwn2Own contest, all of the vendors update the equipment. And so, like we talked about, TP-Link updated their home router yesterday, right before the actual contest, and it actually affects the contestants. They have to prepare their exploit and bring research to the competition. And then what happens, because we're testing against the latest and greatest version of the actual device, when that patch is applied, sometimes the exploits get killed. And as a result, the entry is removed from the contest. And that, the two patches that happened from Western Digital and from TP-Link this year actually, resulted in multiple people having to drop their attempt or modify their attempt to adjust to the new attack surface that exists. And you'll notice that we do have entries in both of those. So they were successful at finding new vulnerabilities and writing new exploits against the latest versions of them. And we'll see if they're successful actually at the contest. That's kind of the exciting part about Pwn2Own, is it happens almost at every single event, an update that comes out that modifies an exploit, and then as a result, the researchers here at ZDI are up all night updating all devices, and the researchers who are participating in the contest are adjusting their exploits on the fly. So it's quite an entertaining show that's outside of what people see on this stream.
Yeah. What are your expectations for the rest of the contest? What do you think we're going to see as we go throughout today and then in tomorrow and then on into Saturday?
Yeah, so I think, we look at the contest this year, I think we'll see a lot of successes, I hope. I mean, that's obviously, we want to buy all of the vulnerabilities that come to the actual contest. We're expecting to see, there's always some sort of drama that happens within the contest, right? So order matters based off of the random draw. Because that will result in possible collisions occurring in vulnerability. So you may see some entries be duplicates of other entries, and what that means is that a vulnerability in that entry was used by a previous contestant. And we usually will call that kind of a partial win at the contest, just depending on how many vulnerabilities are duplicates and the types of exploit techniques that they use. What we may see people use some end-day vulnerabilities in the contest. We normally, the rules require you to use a 0-day, but one of the challenges we have with IoT is, and some of this home automation equipment, is that even though the device is fully updated, some of the libraries and software components that are inside of these devices are actually not fully patched. And so we've actually this year introduced the ability for researchers to use an end date, but it will result in either a reduced price package or some sort of partial win. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be interesting to see at the contest, and we may and hopefully we'll see a lot of wins. That's obviously what we want. Yeah, we always want a lot of wins. Speaking of which, what has been the response from a lot of the vendors when it comes to seeing a lot of wins, or just the inclusion of in Pwn2Own at all? How are the vendors reacting to this? Yes, I mean, in each industry is kind of different. Like if we look at the Pwn2Own contest that we run in March, Microsoft and Google and Apple and these types of companies are aware of how this process works. So they're very much involved in the actual event and sponsor the event. As we move into some of the home automation and the IoT world, a lot of these vendors are new to this type of contest. And so they're getting used to working with us in the Zero Day Initiative program. We try to ensure that they get the best possible research out of the contest. And we did get a little bit of pushback from some of the vendors when we included them in the contest. And that does happen from time to time. But ultimately what we're trying to do is bring out some of the best research in the world, make sure that the vendor has enough detail so that they can fix the vulnerabilities that are being uncovered and releasing patches using the process that we do use for coordinated vulnerability disclosure. Cool, very cool. Well, I'm really excited about the event. I'm excited because we're streaming it live over the 3 days. People get a look into it that they normally wouldn't have. I think that's really intriguing. I want to thank you for your time, Brian. And I know Abdul and Vincent are probably looking for you right now with a bunch of other questions about stuff that we need to resolve. So I'll let you go. And the next attempt is coming up at noon. So if you want to hang around, we got some more videos from previous Pwn2Owns to watch, as well as exploit demonstration videos. You can check those out. And once again, Brian, thanks for your time. And I'll see you on the Zoom calls behind the scenes. Yeah, talk soon, Dustin. All right, cool. Thanks all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020, again coming to you live from Toronto. I am Dustin Childs here in the Mid-South headquarters just outside of Nashville, Tennessee. We're ready for our second attempt, which I'm very excited for because it's our first attempt ever at Pwn2Own in the NAS category. We have the team from Trapa Security. They are targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100. On the line is $20,000 and 2 Master of Pwn points. So I'm really excited to see the demonstration. I know the folks in Toronto are already setting it up, so I'll go ahead and toss it over to them. Abdul, I'll let you run the exploit and see how it goes.
It's pretty fast, I guess.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay, Evan, you want to show this?
So was that a successful demonstration? Because we didn't see a whole lot going on there. Oh, there we go. Nice, look at that. So that's great. Congratulations, Trapa Security. That's a successful demonstration. So again, as we said earlier, from here, we'll take this and we'll go to the disclosure room with the team. They'll provide us all of the details from the event, from the exploit, and we'll make sure that it's a completely 0-day before we call it a full win. But that looks great. I mean, going right there from no one to that UID of 0, Root taking it over. Very, very nicely done. So coming up, we've got a couple of videos of exploit demonstrations from previous Pwn2Owns. So definitely stick around to check those out. We'll have hopefully an interview at 12:30 Eastern with one of the previous contestants. We're still trying to work that out. And then we'll have some videos from Pwn2Own Miami, which occurred earlier this year. And our next attempt will be at 13:30 Eastern. And that will be the Flashback team targeting the WAN interface on the NETGEAR Wi-Fi router. So definitely look forward to that as well. Until then, again, keep an eye on the stream for the videos and interviews. And if not, we'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks, folks.
This video covers an exploit chain composed of 2 vulnerabilities to achieve remote code execution in an implementation of the DNP3 protocol, which is used by industrial control systems to communicate between master control stations and other units and devices. This exploit was demonstrated at Pwn2Own Miami by the team of Tobias Shanowski, Nicholas Breitfeld, and Ali Abbasi, where they used it against the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway. Triangle Microworks has patched this vulnerability and assigned it CVE 2020-10611 and CVE 2020-10613. Both of the vulnerabilities affect the SCADA gateway core library. The first bug leaks uninitialized memory from the target system. When reporting the data for a dataset descriptor element of a given type, first the value of the element is added to the output buffer. The output buffer cursor is then incremented by a user-defined maximum size. However, this specified size is not checked to determine if it's too large for the given type, leading to an out-of-bound read. As the full output buffer gets sent in the response, this leaks more data than was added to the output buffer by the requesting entity. The second bug takes advantage of a type confusion issue when updating dataset prototypes. Within the DNP3 standard, a dataset prototype defines a subtype that consists of a list of primitive data types. A dataset descriptor can include a reference to a dataset prototype that incorporates an embedded data structure. When modifying the contents of a dataset element, its contents are updated based on the type stored in the underlying dataset. However, there are no checks to determine if the type of element has been changed between last modification and the current one. With these bugs in mind, here is how they constructed their exploit. First, they manipulate the memory by creating a number of elements that contain uninitialized memory. Then, they trigger the out-of-bound read condition to leak pointers from uninitialized memory back to the attacker. Once the leak is achieved, they start stage 2, which gains code execution. First, they free the contents of one of the buffers they leaked in previous steps. Then they trigger an allocation of the same size. Next, they fill the allocation with their fake object. At this point, they've reclaimed the object with their payload. Finally, they trigger the type confusion condition to hijack control flow. For those that are wondering, as for the exploit mitigations, ASLR was bypassed by the leaked pointers, and CFG is not enabled in this binary. These bugs exist within the handling of DNP3 datasets, although unlikely, other vendors that implement datasets may also be impacted. Thanks for watching, and be sure to like and subscribe to receive notifications of future exploit demonstration videos from Trend Micro's Zero-Day Initiative.
Kevin, I couldn't hear all of that, what you're saying. Hey folks, this is Dustin. Can you all hear me? So the folks who dialed in that I'm about to interview, can you hear me? I don't know if they can hear us or not. I'm not getting any response on vMix. I mean, I've muted Zoom.
让开始。
Hey folks, we're just to get a few technical difficulties as we try and set up this interview. Hi again, it's Dustin Childs back with you here at Pwn2Own 2020, coming to you live from Tokyo. Hopefully right now I'll be joined by some folks who just were successfully demonstrated their exploit against the Western Digital NAS. So the team from Trapa Security should be with me, and hopefully we can bring them up. Hopefully they can hear me, and we can put a few questions to them. Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So let's start. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
I'm Lace, and I'm now a vulnerability researcher. And this time I participate Pwn2Own with my friends in Trapa Security. Yeah.
Great. So correct me if I'm wrong. This is your first time participating in a Pwn2Own. Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So what drew you to the contest, and what kind of made you say, let's try this Pwn2Own thing?
Pwn2Own is a really big contest for hackers, and it was really nice to have a chance to participate in Pwn2Own. And this year we try to start from a simple target like the NAS or the router. It's much easier. Yeah. So we want to try how will it be in the Pwn2Own, and just choose some easy targets.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, that's a great way to start and really come into it. So congratulations again. Your first exploit was successful against the Western Digital NAS. Were you surprised by that? Were you happy by that? Was that what you expected? Walk us through kind of your journey through the exploit demonstration.
Yeah.
Did everything go as you expected for the demonstration?
Yes, it goes really well. Yeah.
Okay, and then you went through the disclosure process as well. Was that unusual for you, or was that kind of what you expected as well? How was that process for you?
I think everything is fine. Yeah.
Great. And then did you have a chance to talk to Western Digital yourself, or was that brokered through ZDI representatives?
Sorry?
So did you have a chance to talk to Western Digital people yourself, or did ZDI disclose all of that to them?
Yes, we have talked
to. Did they have good questions for you?
Yes, they understand the problem really well. Yeah.
Great. So you've got a few more attempts coming up, I believe. I think you're also going to try to get the NETGEAR Nighthawk, correct?
Right.
As well as the TP-Link router.
TP-Link was patched yesterday. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, that one was patched. So that was one. So you're one of the folks who yeah. So that's what part of Pwn2Own is. You get patched out at the last minute.
Oh, right.
Right. So what do you think so far? Do you think maybe you'll try to do some Pwn2Own stuff in the future?
Maybe next year we'll try like some browsers, but who knows?
Well, best of luck for the rest of the contest. I want to thank you for your time, and again, congratulations. You won $20,000. Right now, you're in the lead with 2 points for Master of Pwn, and good luck on your next exploit for NETGEAR when that happens.
Okay, thank you.
Great, and for everyone else who is hanging around, our next attempt is going to be at 1:30. Make sure that I'm telling you the right thing. Yes, it's going to be at 1:30. And in the meantime, you'll see some highlights from Pwn2Own Miami. So until then, stay tuned, and we'll see you at the next exploit. The Clarity Research Team has 37.5 points. Fabius Artrell and Ben McBride both have 12.5 points. At this point, Master of Pwn is pretty much anyone's game, because we have a lot of demonstrations set for Day 3. Be sure to come back tomorrow for the final day of Pwn2Own Miami for 2020 and see who gets crowned Master of Pwn. Our Day 2 began with the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio targeting the inductive automation ignition. They were able to get code execution through an information leak and a deserialization bug. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, the team from Clarity Researched used an arbitrary DLL loading bug along with a directory traversal bug to get code execution on the Schneider Electric EcoStruxure Operator Terminal Expert. This earned them $20,000 and 20 Master of Pwn points. The Flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Damjanski were up next. They were targeting the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE in the HMI category. They actually used a multi-bug chain to get their code execution along with continuation on the target. This earned them $25,000 and 25 more Master of Pwn points. Our next competitors were Tobias Charnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi, targeting the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. They were able to successfully demonstrate code execution, however the bug they used had been previously reported. This counts as a partial win, but it did earn them 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The crew from the Clarity Research team returned, this time targeting the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. They got their code execution working and quickly, however they also used a bug that had previously been reported. Again, this counts as a partial win and earns them 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The Insight team returned for the afternoon session, this time targeting the Schneider Electric EcoStruxure Operator Terminal Expert. Unfortunately, they could not get their exploit working within the time allotted. Making his Pwn2Own debut, Ben McBride of Oak Ridge National Laboratory set about targeting an information disclosure bug on the Iconics Genesis 64. Unfortunately, Ben was not able to get his bug working within the allotted time frame. Ben returned to close out day 2 with a successful demonstration against the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE. However, the bug he used had been previously reported. He still earns 12.5 points towards Master of Pwn and demonstrated some great research. We certainly expect great things from him in the future. So that wraps up day 2. We've awarded more than $180,000 total and more than 200 Master of Pwn points. Currently, the Flashback team is in the lead with 75 points. Following that, Tobias Charnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi have 62.5 points. The Insight team has 42.5 points. The Clarity Research team has 37.5 points. Fabius Artrell and Ben McBride both have 12.5 points. At this point, Master of Pwn is pretty much anyone's game, because we have a lot of demonstrations set for day 3. Be sure to come back tomorrow for the final day of Pwn2Own Miami for 2020 and see who gets crowned Master of Pwn. Hi everyone, welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020, again coming at you live from Toronto. Our next exploit attempt is really fascinating to me. It's a returning Pwn2Own team called Team Flashback. They're veterans of Pwn2Own. They've been at several, have been big winners in the past. This time they are targeting the WAN interface, that's right, the WAN interface of the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router. At stake is $20,000 and 2 points towards Master of Pwn. I expect it to be a really interesting thing to watch. So with that, I'll throw it over to the folks in Toronto. Abdul, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Well,
okay, all right. Our attempt has begun.
I see something here.
Okay, what do you see?
I see root, my friend.
Yeah,
That looks like a success.
Flashback did it again.
I cannot say that to you so sadly, so let me just do something real quick for you guys so we can show something.
That's awesome. I know they had a couple of vulnerabilities they were looking to chain together for this.
Right here. Yep. All right, can you see this?
Up close and personal. Let's see if we can get some focus in there. Oh, just a little out of focus.
Yep, there you go.
There we go.
Maybe. Yeah.
There's a UID 0.
Yeah, you're still showing the
That means they have root. That is a successful demonstration. Very nicely done, folks.
Good job.
So now they will head off to the disclosure room. They are Joe and Roddick. They will head off to the disclosure room now to provide all the details of what exploits they actually used to get that Wi-Fi router and to own it from the WAN interface. And then, of course, we'll report that immediately to NETGEAR. Coming up next, we've got the
I've sent you an
final
email with the next link.
Pwn2Own Miami Day 3 results. Then our next attempt is going to be at 2:30, so just in 1 hour, and that's going to be a Pwn2Own newcomer 84C0, and he'll be targeting the Western Digital NAS as well. So stick to the channel to see if we've got, we'll try and work in another interview if possible, and if not, enjoy it, and we'll see you at 2:30. Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. We're entering our third and final day, and we've got a whole slate of amazing research to discover. The day began with quite a bit of drama, as Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio of the Insight team took all but 4 seconds off the clock to get their code execution working on the Rockwell Automation Studio 5000. This heart-racing demonstration earned them $20,000 and 20 points towards Master of Pwn, and it certainly had everyone in the room sweating. Next up, the team from Clarity Research targeted a DOS exploit against the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway in the DNP3 category. They were able to successfully demonstrate their denial of service. However, the bug had been previously reported. This counts as a partial win and earned them 2.5 Master of Pwn points. In his first Pwn2Own entry, Michael Stepankin of Veracode targeted the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. He was able to successfully demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had also been previously reported. This partial win did get him 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The Insight team returned, this time with a little bit less drama. They were targeting the OPC Foundation OPC UA.NET Standard framework and were able to successfully create a denial of service condition. They earned themselves $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. Those 5 points ended up being pretty important down the road. They came right back, this time targeting the Iconix Genesis 64 in the control server category. They used a deserialization bug to get code execution with continuation. That's another $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. That put them in a commanding lead for Master of Pwn with an astonishing 92.5 points in total. Clarity Research team also wasn't done. They came back to use a combination of bugs to get code execution with continuation on the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE. This earned them another $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Tobias Chernowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi came back to target the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway in the DNP3 category. They were successful in getting their code execution with continuation, and this earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. That puts their total at 87.5 points. Ben McBride of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory returned to target the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. He was able to demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had previously been reported. He still earns 12.5 points towards Master of Pwn for this partial win. Our final entry of the entire contest was actually a Pwn2Own newcomer. Lucas Georges of Synactive took the stage to close out the contest by targeting the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE in the HMI category. He was able to demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had been previously reported. He earns 12.5 Master of Pwn points for this partial win. That brings to a close our first ever Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. Recapping the Master of Pwn points, Lucas Georges, Michael Stepankin, and Fabius Artrell each had 12.5. Ben McBride finished with 25 points. The Clarity Research team had 65 points. The Flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Domanski finished with 75 points. In second place, Tobias Chernowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi had 87.5 points. And the Master of Pwn winner for the first ever Pwn2Own Miami goes to the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio with 92.5 points. Just 5 points separated the first and second place entries in the Master of Pwn competition. What a contest! Let's hear from the contestants themselves, what they thought about the contest, and some tips for future participants.
First one is don't be afraid. There are a lot of people I know congratulating me for participating, and I know these people very well. I know they're very skilled, some even more skilled than me. And I asked them, why you don't go? And they find all kinds of excuses.
You shouldn't be too afraid of the complexity. Just put in, be persistent, and you will have some emotional roller coasters. We sure had with some of the exploits. We had to get very crafty in some places to actually get it. And I was very close to like dropping one of the exploits, for example. But then I was very happy about having a solution for that.
Always be prepared for bug collisions. If you can have like multiple bugs, definitely try to achieve that.
Don't feel defeated. Just keep trying, you know. You just gotta build it up. You know, you cannot reach here and get Master of Pwn. You gotta build it up slowly.
Don't give up. Definitely read as much of other people's work as you can. I love that ZDI has the blog post for select exploits that they let out. There's always a ton of good info in there.
That brings to a close our first ever Pwn2Own Miami. It's been an amazing contest full of some amazing research. We want to thank all of the contestants, we want to thank our host, the S4 Conference, and of course we want to thank all the vendors that participated. We'll see you in Canada in March for Pwn2Own Vancouver. 2020 Tokyo edition live from Toronto. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative. Happy to be joined by two most recent winners of Pwn2Own. That would be Pedro Ribeiro and Rodek Domjanski. So, gentlemen, are you on? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I can't hear you, but hopefully you can hear me. Anyway, we'll proceed like I can hear you, and we'll go from there. So first of all, welcome back to Pwn2Own. You guys have participated several times before. This time you exploited the WAN interface of the NETGEAR Nighthawk Wi-Fi router. What challenges did you face when you were looking at the WAN interface on that particular device?
Rodek, you want to start with this one?
Okay, that's fine. The WAN interfaces are usually specific. You have to have different approach for WAN interfaces than for LAN interfaces. They are much more hardened and that much attack surface, and also from the setup wise and everything. So the approach was quite specific. And to be honest, we had one more bug which was fixed by NETGEAR on one interface, and so we were lucky to find another one. Yeah, I think that's.
Okay, I got you a little on audio now, so doing well for that.
Okay.
And hopefully people on the stream can hear me too. Okay. All right. So how long, I mean, it took you very short amount of time to actually demonstrate it, but how long did it take you to develop the exploit that you use today to win?
Well, I think it took us around 2 to 3 days to find, and maybe a couple of days more to really package it in a very reliable exploit. So I know we cannot reveal any details, unfortunately, but the exploit is quite cool. So one of the things is that it installs a permanent backdoor, and it survives a factory reset. You can factory reset your router all you want, but our backdoor is not going anywhere.
So let me be very clear on that, because that's cool. So it survives a factory reset, not just a power cycle?
Factory reset. You got a factory reset. You can try to factory reset the router, but you're not going to delete our exploit. Basically, the only way to delete our exploit is the way we know, and we can replace it with another exploit.
Well,
so
I assume if I had a hammer, I could take the hammer to the router and at least get the exploit out that way.
That would solve the problem, I'd say. But then you buy a new one, and we can also root it again.
But then no Wi-Fi for me. Right. Well, that's very cool. I noticed you're wearing the Pwn2Own Miami shirt, which awesome, nice shirt. What are the differences between, we'd say, Pwn2Own Miami versus Pwn2Own Tokyo?
Well, the most obvious difference, Dustin, is the physical. Right? We missed that a lot. We really enjoyed Miami. And I think you were saying, Radek, in your opinion, Miami was the best Pwn2Own we've attended, right?
That's correct. That's the third Pwn2Own that we participated in, and Miami definitely was the one to remember with the location, the teams, the drama, and very, very close to
the location was fantastic.
Correct.
Yeah,
so,
but I think,
yeah, it was a great venue.
Yes, you guys are doing a great job anyway. Because this is very hard. I mean, Radek knows, right? I mean, the one setup is quite hard, and we were very scared that there would be a problem with that. But actually, Abdul and you guys, you made a great job.
I tell you what, the team in Toronto, they do some fantastic work. Abdul, Vincent, KP, Siva, and they all do great stuff there. It's really cool to see them do it. But we really need to encourage them to wear their hazmat suits. They have custom hazmat suits, and they look great in them. And I think you guys have one more exploit that you're trying this time. You're going to do the WAN on the other router, the TP-Link.
Yep, that's correct.
Radek,
what
well,
can
good
you
luck on
reveal
that. Thanks
about
again
it?
for taking the time to talk with us.
Can we reveal anything?
What's that? What are you going to reveal on that one?
No. Just preview, I guess.
Let's
Sure, give us a little
tomorrow,
teaser of
so-
what's to come. I think, you know what?
So
Let's save it till tomorrow morning when we actually do the event. That'll really kick off day 2 for us.
Sounds good.
Yes, we're looking forward for tomorrow.
So thanks again, gentlemen. Congratulations for what you've already done, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, thanks. See y'all. Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. This time we've got a Pwn2Own newcomer, 84C0, and he will be targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100 NAS. At stake right now is $20,000 at 2 points towards Master of Pwn. I think this is going to be a really interesting attempt, and I think we're actually going to be able to see the actual screen as we run the attempt. So with that, I'll toss it over to Abdul and Vincent in Toronto, and hopefully we'll see their screen as they try to exploit the NAS.
Are you ready? Cool. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, try to connect to it. No, it's this.
Okay. Looks like they're just confirming access now.
There you go. Good job. Perfect.
Oh, look at that.
Flawless.
UID of root.
Great.
Done.
Perfect.
That's a successful demonstration.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Great job. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That's really good. Glad.
All right. We'll see you in the
So with
disclosure
that,
room.
obviously they're going to head back to the disclosure room. 84C0 will provide all of the information about the attack itself, and then we'll do the deconflictions, and we'll work with Western Digital. But yeah, it's a great first time at Pwn2Own. So coming up, we've got a few videos for Pwn2Own Vancouver from 2019. So definitely stick around from that. Hopefully we'll have another interview. And if not, our next event will be Team Black Coffee targeting the NETGEAR router at 3:30. We'll see you then. Childs at the Zero Day Initiative. We have 3 attempts and 1 special demonstration on Hello everyone, and welcome back to Day 2 of Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs at the Zero Day Initiative. We have 3 attempts and 1 special demonstration on the schedule today, plus we have to crown a Master of Pwn. Let's get to it. Our day began with returning Pwn2Own veteran Fifam Hong of STARLabs targeting Oracle VirtualBox.
All right. Let's run it. Ready? Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
It took all 3 attempts for a successful demonstration, but his 3rd attempt did work like a charm.
There you go. There we go.
Nice. All right.
Gosh.
Ah, man. So much drama.
He combined an info leak and an uninitialized variable to execute code on the host operating system from the guest.
Making dramatic in the
This earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I have to say that I am a bit afraid that the exploit will not work in the first 2 attempts, but finally it worked. So I'm happy now.
Did you have concerns about the ZDI people running it for you?
Actually, I don't see any problem here, but if I can reset in Vancouver and see if I can make it faster.
Next up, the Fluoroacetate duo returned for their 2nd event of the competition.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, Abdul. Ready. Okay.
This time, they had their sights set on Adobe Reader. In one of the most impressive displays of the competition, they leveraged used after free bugs in Reader and the Windows kernel to escalate the system. All it took was opening a PDF file and the entire system was compromised.
Nice.
Wow. Wow. Very good.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Very nice.
Good job.
This impressive display earned them $50,000 and 5 more points towards Master of Pwn.
Waiting for the command shell to pop is just...
That's a little nerve-wracking,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, very nerve-wracking. It's always those moments in Pwn2Own that you never forget.
In the final official entry of Pwn2Own 2020, the Synactive team targeted the VMware workstation with the guest to host escape.
Come on.
All right.
Unfortunately, they couldn't successfully demonstrate their exploit in the allotted time. However, upon disclosure, We did find the bug to be valid and purchased it through the regular ZDI program. We hope to see more from these researchers in the future. For a special bonus, ZDI's own Lucas Leong demonstrated a guest-to-host escape in Oracle VirtualBox. He leveraged an OOB read for an info leak and a use-after-free bug for code execution. You can watch a video of the demonstration over on our YouTube channel. And that allows us to award our Master of Pwn. It was a tighter race than previous years, but Richard Zhu and Amat Kama of fluoroacetate were again crowned the Master of Pwn. Congratulations, we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Amazing feeling. When we first started out, we never could have imagined that we could get Master of Pwn, so it's a big honor.
That's great. Talk me through your last exploit a little bit. So that's kind of a scary one from like especially consumer perspective, because you open a PDF and it takes over your entire system, right?
Yes, and everybody uses Adobe PDF Reader, basically.
Right.
This type of attack has serious consequences. Cool. And especially since the attack also happens so quickly, like you cannot react to it. Adobe Reader, it's used by so many people, so many companies, and that makes them all vulnerable to potential exploits, right? So we want to be able to help them fix the software, fix the bugs, and have a safer PDF opening experience.
How was it going virtual?
I guess it's easier to do it virtual, but it's more fun to be there in place, when you're there on site.
I'm actually very impressed that everything is so smoothly. There's no network issues, no connectivity issues.
I hope you saw the tweet, custom hockey jerseys for Master of Pwn.
Awesome.
You've gotten jackets before. Was there a favorite Master of Pwn jacket sort of swag that you go, that one was really great?
All of the jackets are obviously outstanding. One of the ones that stood out was the Pwn2Own Vancouver last year. We had the full racing suit.
The racing suit, yeah, that was pretty good.
That was amazing.
It was good.
Yeah.
We wanted to be sure to thank everyone who participated in this year's competition. There were definitely obstacles, but everyone was accommodating and worked with us to make Pwn2Own 2020 happen. We wanted to thank the participants for trusting us with their research and allowing us to run each attempt. We wanted to thank vendors like Microsoft, VMware, Apple, Adobe, and Canonical for dialing in throughout the disclosure process. And special thanks go out to our partners Microsoft and Tesla and sponsor VMware for their continued support and assistance before and during the contest. So what are your first impressions of having the first virtual Pwn2Own complete?
I mean, for me, it's a great relief. There was a lot of stress coming into the competition because of all the changes that were going on. And, we sat down before the event and kind of tried to think of all the different variables that we could control to make sure that, we would have researchers, from all around the world, plus vendors, plus the team spread out, and all the different, contingency plans we need to put in place to actually make this thing successful. And now we're here at the end of the contest, and everything went really smoothly, and I'm quite proud of the team for everything that they pulled off.
So getting to the contest itself, day one, I know I have my personal favorite bug. What were some highlights of the research demonstrated that you all will talk about?
I always love JIT vulnerabilities. That's no secret or surprise because I've done a lot of work in that area. I've done presentations, I've found JIT bugs of my own. So the first attempt from day one, the fact that it starts off the whole competition with a JIT vulnerability, I absolutely love that. Especially since JIT bugs are getting harder to find in Safari, and it's glorious.
I personally like the escalations. All three escalations that were demonstrated the first day were pretty good, very solid. The Ubuntu one was surprisingly fast and reliable.
It shows that they really put in a lot of effort into making sure that when they were running, that they would actually pop the root shell or the system shell. It's something that especially when we have new contestants like Manfred Paul coming into the contest and showing something so unique and so interesting. I think it really brings light. There's a lot of people out there who would like to be involved in this remote aspect. Allows them to do that.
Then moving into day two, we started off with a bit of drama. We got it on the third attempt for the Oracle VirtualBox. That was cool. And then again, to me, the highlight of the most realistic, you open a PDF, you get totally owned. That was a great bug.
Yeah, that was awesome. And frankly, that's probably one of the best exploits for me specifically from day one and day two. I mean, we haven't been seeing, reader exploits the past couple of years coming through Pwn2Own specifically. So this one was kind of nice to have. Plus, it was super reliable.
It's kind of unexpected that bug is there. And the fact that you can go from just a PDF, opening a PDF to kernel level code execution, especially if you were to tie that in with either the VM escapes, that becomes even more impactful.
Okay, so thinking ahead, are we going to stay all virtual, or are we going to end up back in Vancouver next year? Predictions.
My prediction is I hope that we are back in Vancouver next year, that we're past all this stuff. But I think we're going to look at virtual as something something that we're going to try to continue to do. I mean, it opens up the playing field a little bit. It allows us to get people who aren't willing to travel or who aren't willing, who are unable to travel for visa reasons. This has really allowed us to kind of test those out and figure out what's going on.
I miss being in Vancouver this week, so hopefully we can be back there next year.
For me, it's I'm just happy that it's over and everything went really, really well. So a lot of stress going on with all the changes, so it's good that it went well.
That brings Pwn2Own 2022. Hi everyone, welcome to Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. This year we've got over $1 million in cash and prizes in our traditional categories like web browsers and virtualization servers. New for 2019, an automotive category with the Tesla Model 3. Our contest began with a team of Fluoracetate, which is Amat Kama and Richard Zhu, targeting the Apple Safari web browser. They successfully exploited it and earned themselves $55,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. The Fluoracetate duo returned, this time targeting Oracle VirtualBox. They again succeeded, this time earning themselves $35,000 and 3 more points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Pwn2Own newcomer Andaden of STARLabs also targeted Oracle VirtualBox. He too succeeded and earned himself $35,000 and 3 points towards Master of Pwn. In their final day 1 entry, the Fluoracetate duo targeted VMware Workstation. They were able to successfully exploit it and earn themselves another $70,000 and 7 additional Master of Pwn points. Our final entry for day 1 saw the PhoneHex and QWERTY team targeting Apple Safari with the kernel elevation. They were able to get a partial win, although they did demonstrate a complete system compromise. They earned themselves $45,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points since Apple knew of one of the bugs prior to the competition. That's it for day 1. Join us tomorrow as Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019 continues, with more targets and more great research coming. See you then. Hello everyone, I'm Dustin Childs and welcome to day 2 of Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. Yesterday saw us award $240,000 for 9 different bugs, and today looks like it's going to be even better. We've got 4 separate attempts with a potential of $270,000 on the table. And don't forget to join us tomorrow as well, where we introduce our newest automotive category. Our day began with the Fluoracetate duo of Amat Kama and Richard Zhu targeting the Mozilla Firefox web browser. Their successful demonstration earned them another $50,000 and 5 more points towards Master of Pwn. The prolific duo returned with perhaps their greatest challenge of the competition. Starting from within a VMware Workstation client, they opened Microsoft Edge and browsed to their specially crafted web page. That's all it took to go from a browser in a virtual machine client to executing code on the underlying hypervisor. The demonstration earned them $130,000 and 13 more points towards Master of Pwn. That gives them a 2-day total of $340,000 and 33 points in Master of Pwn. Our third attempt of the day had Nicholas Baumstark targeting the Mozilla Firefox web browser. His winning entry earned him $40,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points. Throughout the afternoon, ZDI's own Jaisal Spellman provided an example of a vulnerability that was isolated to an old WebKit version of the Tesla Internet browser. This is just an example of what's to come tomorrow. The final attempt of day 2 had Arthur Gurkis of Exodus Intelligence targeting Microsoft Edge. Another newcomer to Pwn2Own, He wasted no time in his successful entry, earning himself $50,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. So that brings to close day 2 of Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019. We saw 4 great attempts, all wins. We awarded $270,000 for 9 bugs. Be sure to join us tomorrow as we have the automotive category starting. Should be great. We'll see you then. Hi everyone, I'm Dustin Childs and welcome to day 3 of Pwn2Own for Vancouver 2019, where our only category entries today are in automotive. The final day of Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019 began with the withdrawal of Team Kunapon from the automotive category. The fluoracetate duo of Richard Zhu and Amit Kama had quite the crowd as they entered the Tesla Model 3. After a few minutes of setup, they successfully demonstrated their research on the Model 3 internet browser.
Seriously?
They used a JIT-bug in the renderer to display their message and earn $35,000. And of course, since this is Pwn2Own, they also get the car. It should come as no surprise to anyone that the fluoracetate duo had been crowned Master of Pwn for 2019. In a tie for 3rd place, Nicholas Baumstark, as well as Phoenix and QWERTY, each had 4 points towards Master of Pwn. Our 2nd place finisher, Arthur Gurkis of Accidents Intelligence, had 5 points in his Master of Pwn standings. Amat and Richard and their amazing research earned $375,000 over the contest and resulted in 36 Master of Pwn points. Well, that's it. That wraps up Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. What an amazing contest. And overall, we gave out $545,000 for 19 unique bugs. I want to thank our contestants with whom we couldn't do this. They did a fantastic job providing some amazing research. And of course, we want to thank our industry partners too. Our partners Microsoft and Tesla, as well as our sponsor VMware. We couldn't do it without them. So thank everyone for attending, and we hope to see you next year. Until then, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to our 5th attempt of Pwn2Own Tokyo 2020, coming to you live from Toronto. Next up on the docket, we have the team of Black Coffee, which I've partaken a lot of myself today, targeting the LAN interface on the TP-Link AC1750 Smart Wi-Fi router. Chris Anastasio was part of a great team, participated in Pwn2Own Miami, so it'll be interesting to see what they bring to this contest. Now, at stake is $5,000 and 1 point towards Master of Pwn. There. And so let's see how it goes, and I'll hand it off to our folks in Toronto. So Abdul, take it away.
Three, two, one, go.
Ooh, that failed.
Unexpected.
Uh-oh, we have an unexpected failure. So you'll see the 2 clocks there on the table. The bottom clock is the overall time limit that we have. We have 20 minutes. The top clock is 5 minutes for each attempt, okay? So what we're doing right now, you see Abdul and KP at the table there, and they are working with the contestants. The contestants are on a Zoom call. They're trying to see what's going on right now. We do have multiple devices. So even if the contestant requested a whole new device, factory reset, we could provide that. Okay. Right, so Vincent reset the top clock, so the next attempt will have 5 minutes, but that next attempt has to start within now under 18.5 minutes. That's what they're going to do. I think they're going to swap out the device entirely. You get a completely fresh router in there and then retry the attempt. That's one of the logistical challenges we have just in running a Pwn2Own. We need to have multiple devices available for different types of scenarios. You can see the NETGEAR device there, the AC1750. It's being powered on right now and configured. It is a fresh one, fresh out of the box, with only Vincent's fingerprints upon it. I believe what the Black Coffee team is trying to do is some sort of authentication bypass. I think that's what they're trying to leverage here. But we'll see if we can get the new router configured and give that another attempt in time. So Chris, at least, is no stranger to some drama unfolding during a Pwn2Own at the previous Pwn2Own by Any event earlier this year. One of his attempts, along with his partner Stephen Seeley, took 19 minutes and 54 seconds until we got a success. So that's right, 4 seconds left on the clock, but they were able to finally demonstrate their exploit in that room with quite a thunderous applause. So no stranger to drama, and it makes for good television, at least from my perspective. But I'm sure they are anxious to get another chance to demonstrate their exploit. Okay. And again, right now, the team from Toronto are actually on a Zoom call with the contestants. So they're discussing back and forth the various options that they can go through, whether it's changing the exploit script slightly or changing the configuration on the router or resetting the router, installing a new router, which is what they're going for here. There's different options that they do have. Okay, I think we're getting ready for our second attempt here. All right, we're starting our second attempt. Here we go.
All right, guys, I'm gonna do the countdown and then we'll hit it. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Second attempt has started.
Here. Can we go mute?
No, that failed.
Mute, please. Okay, let's debug it, make sure that
Looks like another failure. Yep, Vincent is now resetting the top clock. So I'd say attempt 2 has also resulted in a failure. And you saw just briefly there Mike Ryan appear. Like I said, he is on a call with the team in Toronto. So they are working together to see exactly what's going on with this particular attempt and to see what needs to be done, hopefully within the next 12 minutes, so we can go ahead and have a successful third time's the charm. So again, Mike working with the team in Toronto to debug what exactly is going on, see if there's a particular change that they can make to the exploit, the shell script. Actually, I don't know if this is shell or Python or it could be Flash. I don't exactly know what we got going on with this one. But yeah, definitely some unexpected results. So again, we're working with them to try and figure out exactly what should be expected and hopefully get that resolved Now within 10 minutes and 50 seconds. And part of the reason we kind of mute that channel as they're troubleshooting is, again, we're dealing with zero-day exploits through this. So we don't want to potentially leak anything that could be used by attackers prior to a patch being made publicly available by, in this case, NETGEAR. So that's why we mute this, so that they can have an open discussion and not have to worry about anyone finding out any information a little ahead of time. Okay, looking at the entry, it does seem to be a shell script, so hopefully they can get that modified. And if you saw in the first two events, there's a 5-minute period for that event to run, but you get results usually within the first 10 to 15 seconds. So even if the overall time goes beneath 5 minutes, they'll still have a chance to run it a third time. Now, in the event that either we run out of time and don't get a third entry in, or the third entry also fails, what still happens is we'll still go to the disclosure room and discuss the details of the vulnerability or the bugs that are in play here. And even though it might not win a particular round in this Pwn2Own, it might be something that purchased through the regular ZDI program, or it might be something we'd otherwise look to acquire, or they might just choose to report it to NETGEAR on their own. If you look over Chris Anastasio's left shoulder there, you'll see the Master of Pwn trophy from Pwn2Own Miami. Nice looking palm tree. Yes, thank you. Kevin, our producer, with the slick little glide in there. The center of that spins too. It's a lot of fun. It's a fun trophy. Pwn2Own Miami was held at the Fillmore at the S4 conference this year, and was definitely it was our inaugural event for Pwn2Own Miami, and it was certainly a lot of fun. We are working our way to the final attempt. You're plugging in a USB there for some reason. Okay. And again, all this coordination is done with the contestants on the line being able to talk to the ZDI vulnerability researchers there in the room in Toronto. So hopefully they're able to coordinate and figure out what exactly is going wrong, because I'm sure the contestants have tested this several times against the router. So this is not the expected result. Okay, and it looks like they're trying to debug / modify their proof of concept code here, and checking the firmware version on the router again, just to make sure that everything is where we expect it to be. We are now under 5 minutes. And you know, this is one of those things that Pwn2Own is about. You have some unexpected results sometimes where you think your exploit is reliable, and then, you know, once that clock starts, things just take a different track than what you were expecting. Okay, we're getting ready to run our third and final attempt on this one. Hopefully we get the results we want to see.
Okay, just go it.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go. No. Sadly,
No.
Same thing.
Okay. Can we be muted?
Yep.
Can we get muted? Be muted, please? Mute, please.
Well, unfortunately, the Black Coffee team couldn't get their exploit running within the allotted time. 3 attempts, 3 failures. That's unfortunate, but we know these researchers, so there's probably something really good here. Like I said, they will still go to the disclosure room and they'll talk details of the bugs there. And, you know, we'll see, hopefully we'll get some more insight into what happened, what was expected, and why it didn't go the way they wanted. But let's moving forward. So coming up next, we've got some videos from Vancouver Pwn2Own of 2018, a couple of years ago. And then our next attempt is 30, and that'll be Team Vitel, the first television of the contest too. So I look forward to seeing that. So again, stay tuned to the stream to watch some videos, and hopefully I'll have another interview before too long. And if not, we'll see you at 4:30 for the Samsung TV. See you then. Welcome to Pwn2Own 2018. This year's event offers up to $2 million in cash and prizes, as we return to Vancouver and welcome Microsoft as a partner and VMware as a sponsor. This year's event features 5 entrants targeting products across 2 categories, 7 different attempts in total. We did have additional contestants register, but unfortunately, they were forced to withdraw from the competition due to various reasons, some of which involved yesterday's bevy of security patches. As usual, we had a random drawing to determine the order of entries. Once that finished, Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence, attempted to exploit Apple Safari with a sandbox escape. Unfortunately, time expired before he could get his exploit working. Despite this, the bugs he brought to the contest were certainly interesting, and we ended up purchasing them through the regular ZDI program. Richard returned as a second entry, this time targeting Microsoft Edge with the kernel EOP, and he bounced back in a big way. After his first attempt failed, he debugged his code live in front of the audience. His second attempt nearly succeeded, but the target blue screen just as his shell started. His third and final attempt succeeded with only 1 minute and 37 seconds left to spare. The dramatic effort earned him $70,000 and 7 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Nicholas Baumstark from the Pwnhex team followed with an attempt on Oracle VirtualBox. Apparently not one for added intrigue, his exploit immediately popped not one, but 3 different calcs to indicate success. His demonstration qualified as a partial success, as he used an out-of-bounds read and a Toctile bug to earn himself $27,000 and 3 Master of Pwn points. It was a great demonstration, and we look forward to more of his research in the future. Our final contestant for day 1 was Samuel Grosch, also from the Pwnhex team. Last year, his Safari exploit included a touch bar component, and this year proved to be no different. He used a combination of a JIT optimization bug in the browser, a Mac OS logic bug to escape the sandbox, and finally a kernel overwrite to execute code with a kernel extension to successfully exploit Apple Safari. The chain earned him $65,000 and 6 points towards Master of Pwn. Similar to last year, he left us a nice message for us to read on the touch bar once he was complete. In total, we awarded $162,000 today and 16 points towards Master of Pwn, with 3 Apple bugs, 2 Oracle bugs, and 3 Microsoft bugs purchased. We'll return tomorrow with our final day of Pwn2Own 2018. Welcome back to the second and final day of Pwn2Own 2018, where we successfully concluded our contest by awarding an additional $105,000 and 11 more Master of Pwn points. Our day started with the return of Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence. This time he was targeting Mozilla Firefox with the Windows kernel escalation of privilege. He avoided all drama today and successfully popped Mozilla Firefox on his first attempt. He used an out-of-bounds write in the browser, followed by an integer overflow in the Windows kernel to earn himself another $50,000 and 5 more Master of Pwn points. This brings his event total to $120,000 and a commanding lead for Master of Pwn. Next up, the folks from Ret2 Systems, including Marcus Gasedelin and Nick Burnett, targeted Apple Safari with a Mac OS kernel EOP. After experiencing some unexpected failures, they successfully demonstrated their exploit on their 4th attempt. Unfortunately, the contest rules only allow for 3 attempts, so this counted as a failure. Still, the bugs used were purchased and disclosed to the vendor through our normal ZDI process. The final entry for the day and for the contest saw a team from NWR Labs, including Alex Plaskett, Georgi Gashev, and Fabi Baturki, target Apple Safari with a sandbox escape. They utilized a heap buffer underflow in the browser and an uninitialized stack variable in Mac OS to escape the sandbox and gain code execution. In doing so, they earned themselves $55,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. This brings our event to a close, and with it, we're able to award Richard Zhu as the Master of Pwn. His successful entries earned him $120,000 over the 2 days events, as he accumulated 12 Master of Pwn points. Richard has participated in previous Pwn2Own contests, and we certainly hope he returns in future ones to defend his title. Overall, we awarded $267,000 over the 2-day contest, while acquiring 5 Apple bugs, 4 Microsoft bugs, 2 Oracle bugs, and 1 Mozilla bug. While smaller than some of our previous competitions, the quality of research was still extraordinary, and highlights the difficulty in producing fully functioning exploits for modern web browsers and systems. We want to congratulate all of those who participated in this year's events. Finally, special thanks go out to our partner Microsoft and our sponsor VMware. Their involvement was crucial to the success of the contest. As a reminder, vendors now have 90 days to produce security patches to address the bugs we've reported. Once these patches are made available publicly, Stay tuned to the ZDI blog for more details about some of the best and most interesting bugs we saw this week. Until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you at our next event. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020, live from Toronto. We're now at our penultimate exploit of the day. That's right, number 6 out of 7. And that is the Vitel team. They're going to be targeting our first television of the conference. That is the Samsung Q60T. I believe it's a 43-inch. I don't know what the T is supposed to stand for, but for now it stands for target. At stake here, we got $20,000 for a successful exploit, as well as 2 points towards Master of Pwn, which gets the cool trophy, as well as instant platinum status in 2021. So I know the folks in Toronto are set and ready to go, so I toss it over to Abdul, and I'll let them run the show from here out.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
So we're expecting a real show over here.
Yeah, let's do this.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Oh, it worked. That was super fast, man. Good job.
That's very quick. That's a successful demonstration. Very
You
nice.
can, if you want Kevin to basically grab the screen.
Kevin, could you share our screen?
Yeah. We can see the show.
Can you see it, Dustin?
Yes, I can see it. Yeah, 2
Excellent.
windows
Good job.
here. Let me see.
This.
Okay.
Very interesting. So to head back then into the disclosure room.
Well done.
Where
so
Team
we will
Vitel
now
will
be
take a
moving
look
to another meeting to talk about the case. I have just sent you an email with the link. So I will see you there.
Coming up next on the stream, we've got some videos from Pwn2Own 2017 from Vancouver. That was actually the 10th anniversary of Pwn2Own, and it was one of our biggest shows ever. I think we awarded over $800,000 over 3 days. We ended up having to run 2 separate tracks on that contest as well. So that's amazing. Definitely stick around for that. And then we've got our final attempt of the day, where Trapa Security comes back, and they'll be exploiting the LAN interface on the NETGEAR Nighthawk router. So definitely hang on for that. And if I manage to wrangle an interview, I'll tweet that out. Hopefully we can get something going on. So, and if not, we'll see you back here at 5:30 Eastern for the NETGEAR LAN attempt. See you then. Welcome to Pwn2Own 2017. It's our 10th anniversary and our largest contest ever, with over $1 million up for the taking. Once again, we'll crown a Master of Pwn as the overall winner at the end of the contest. This year sees 11 teams of contestants targeting products across 4 categories, 30 different attempts in total. Let's see the results. Our day started with the 360 Security team successfully using a JPEG 2000 heap overflow, a Windows kernel info leak, and an RCE through an uninitialized buffer to take down Adobe Reader. In the process, they earned themselves $50,000 and 6 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Samuel Gross and Nicholas Bumstark earned some style points by leaving a special message on the touch bar of the targeted Mac. They employed a use after free in Safari, combined with 3 logic bugs and a null pointer dereference to exploit Safari and elevate to root in macOS. Unfortunately, the UAF was corrected by the beta version, earning them only a partial win. They still managed to earn 28,000 and 9 Master of Pwn points. The next contestant was Tencent Security Team Ether targeting Microsoft Edge. They succeeded by using an arbitrary write in Chakra and sandbox escape using a logic bug within the sandbox. This netted them $80,000 and 10 points for Master of Pwn. Ubuntu Linux was welcomed to Pwn2Own by the Châtain Security Research Lab. They leveraged a Linux kernel heap out-of-bounds access bug to earn themselves $15,000 and 3 Master of Pwn points. We've seen folks pop calc before, but popping xcalc was a nice touch. Despite their earlier success, Tencent Security Team Ether withdrew their entry targeting Microsoft Windows. Ralph Philip Wyman also withdrew his attempt to exploit Microsoft Edge. Perhaps the recent security patches affected their exploits after all. Next, Tencent Security Team Sniper, KeenLab, and PC Manager targeted Google Chrome with a system-level escalation. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their exploit chain to work within the allotted time frame and failed this attempt. However, the team came right back to target Adobe Reader and succeeded by using an info leak in Reader followed by a UAF to get code execution. Then, they leveraged a UAF in the kernel to gain system-level privileges. Being the second win in the Enterprise Application category, it netted them $25,000 and 6 points for Master of Pwn. The Châtain Security Research Lab followed up their previous success with some fantastic late evening exploits. They broke through Apple Safari to gain root access on Mac OS by using a total of 6 bugs in their exploit chain, including an info disclosure in Safari, 4 different type confusion bugs in the browser, and a UAF in Windows Server. This demonstration earned them $35,000 and 11 points towards Master of Pwn. They also let us know their research was guided by advisories released through the ZDI program. Completing the nightcap round of our first day, Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence, failed to successfully exploit Apple Safari within the allotted time. We wish him success in his attempts tomorrow. Overall, it was a fantastic start to the first day of our largest competition ever. Be sure to check back for all the latest from this 10th anniversary edition of Pwn2Own. Welcome to day 2 of Pwn2Own and our 10th anniversary. Today we have a record 17 entries happening on a single day. So many in fact that we've divided it into 2 tracks. Track A focuses on Adobe and Microsoft products, while Track B looks at Mozilla and Apple products. Our day started with 360 Security Team looking at successfully exploiting Adobe Flash by using a use after free bug, 2 Windows kernel info leaks, and an uninitialized Windows kernel buffer to elevate through Flash to system level access. They were unable to complete their VMware escape as part of their bonus portion, but what they did demonstrate still counts as a win and netted them $40,000 in cash and 12 Master of Pwn points. Over in Track B, the day started with Tencent Security Team Shield deciding to withdraw their attempt to exploit Apple Mac OS. Back in Track A, Tencent Security Team Sniper, Team Lab, and PC Manager successfully exploited Adobe Flash by using a UAF and escalating to system via a UAF in the Windows kernel. This earned them $40,000 and 12 more points for Master of Pwn. Over in Track B, 360 Security Team continued their successful Pwn2Own by elevating privileges on Apple Mac OS by using an info leak and erase condition in the kernel. In doing so, they garnered $10,000 more and 3 more points for Master of Pwn. In Track A, Tencent Security Lance Team successfully exploited Microsoft Edge by using a UAF in Chakra, then elevating to system by using a UAF in the Windows kernel. This earned them $55,000 and 13 Master of Pwn points. Back in Track B, the 360 Security Team had another successful event as they exploited Apple Safari through an integer overflow and escalated to root using a Mac OS kernel UAF. This garnered them another $35,000 and 11 more points for Master of Pwn. In Track A, Tencent Security SOAR Team actually had their entry disqualified since the bugs they used had already been reported and were known to the vendor. The bugs were reported yesterday in an earlier Pwn2Own entry. Over in Track B, the Châtain Security Research Lab succeeded in elevating their privileges in Mac OS by using an info leak and an out-of-bounds bug in the Mac OS X kernel. In doing so, they netted another $10,000 for themselves and 3 more points for Master of Pwn. Back in Track A, despite their earlier success, Tencent Security Lance Team decided to withdraw their entry targeting Microsoft Windows. Back in Track B, the next event actually ended in a disqualification, as the Tencent Security Team Sniper targeted Apple Mac OS with bugs already reported to and known by the vendor. In Track A, Tencent Security Team Shield decided to withdraw their entry targeting Microsoft Edge with a system-level escalation. In Track B, Moritz Judot from Blue Frost Security attempted to target Mozilla Firefox, but failed to get his exploit chain working within the allotted time. In Track A, undaunted by any previous events, Tencent Security Team Sniper completed their exploit of Microsoft Edge with the UAF and Chakra and escalated to system-level privileges with the UAF in the Windows kernel. This round won them $55,000 and 14 points towards Master of Phone. In Track B, the team from Chitane Security Research Lab wrapped up their successful first appearance in a Pwn2Own by exploiting Mozilla Firefox with an integer overflow and escalated privileges through uninitialized buffer in the Windows kernel. This earned them $30,000 and 9 Master of Phone points from this round, and increased their total to $90,000 and 26 Master of Phone points for the entire contest. They certainly made an impression in their first Pwn2Own competition. We hope to see them again in the future. Back in Track A, the folks from 360 Security successfully exploited Microsoft Windows with an out-of-bands bug in the Windows kernel. This netted them $15,000 and 4 Master of Phone points. In the final entry for the day in Track B, Tencent Security Team Sniper successfully exploited Apple Safari through an integer overflow and escalated to root via an out-of-bounds UAF in Windows Server. This netted them $35,000 and 11 points for Master of Phone. In the final event for Track A and the final event for Day 2, Tencent Security Team Sniper elevated privileges in Microsoft Windows through an integer overflow in the kernel. This final act of Day 2 earned them $15,000 and 4 more points for Master of Phone. This brings an end to another fascinating day of Pwn2Own 2017. The race for Master of Phone remains tight, with 2 teams still in the running. Be sure to join us tomorrow for all the results in the final of the Master of Phone in this 10th anniversary edition of Pwn2Own. Welcome to our third and final day of Pwn2Own 2017, where we see some amazing research as our largest ever contest comes to a close. Our day started with the folks from 360 Security attempting a full virtual machine escape through Microsoft Edge. In a first for the Pwn2Own competition, they succeeded by leveraging a heap overflow in Microsoft Edge, a type confusion bug in the Windows kernel, and finally an uninitialized buffer in VMware for a complete virtual machine escape. These 3 bugs earned them $105,000 and 27 points for Master of Pwn. They won't say exactly how long the research took them, but the code demonstration needed only 90 seconds. Next up was Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence, targeting Microsoft Edge with a system-level escalation. Although his first try failed, his second attempt leveraged 2 separate UAF in Microsoft Edge, and then escalated to system using a buffer overflow in the Windows kernel. This garnered him $55,000 and 14 points towards Master of Pwn. The final event for both the day and the contest had Tencent Security Team Sniper targeting VMware Workstation with the guest-to-host exploit. They used a 3-bug chain to win the Virtual Machine Escapes category with a VMware Workstation exploit. This involved a Windows kernel UAF, a VMware info leak, and an uninitialized VMware buffer to go from guest to host. This earned them $100,000 and 13 more points for Master of Pwn. When we tallied up all of the Master of Pwn points, 360 Security became our winner with a total of 63 points. Close behind them was Tencent Security Team Sniper with 60 points, and Chitane Security Research Lab with 26 points in third. At the award ceremony, we presented 360 Security with both the trophy and an amazing looking jacket. You have to admit, he does look pretty stylish. This brings to an end the 2017 version of Pwn2Own. We look forward to seeing everyone in Tokyo for the mobile Pwn2Own this fall, and back here next year for the 2018 version of the contest. See you then. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo 2020 live from Toronto. It's time for me to invite a special guest onto the stream here, Dragos Ruiu, who's the conference organizer of CanSec and PACSec, and really one of the reasons that we're here today. So Dragos, welcome. How's it going over there? And I can't hear Dragos. Oh, okay, great. I can hear you there. So I cannot hear you on the stream, but let me make sure. So I guess that's the first topic of conversation. What are some of the logistical challenges of holding a virtual conference with people around the world?
You hear me now? Does that do
yes,
everything for you? All right. Do you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Then we're all good.
Great.
Always audio.
So let me repeat.
Hi.
Hey, Dragos. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Nice to see you in a Starfleet uniform with the top hat on, as always, dapper as always. My first question for you is, obviously had to move to a virtual environment. What are some of the challenges of bringing together a virtual conference like this, where you've got speakers around the world, attendees around the world, Pwn2Own around the world? What are some of the challenges you faced in the months leading up to this event?
You've already hit on one already. Time zones. We're chasing people all the way across the world, and instead of them physically flying over to meet you in your time zone, you're trying to match these little windows when folks in Ireland are up, when the folks in the East and West Coast, and maybe at the same time somebody in India or Japan. So that kind of global things, you've got these little windows of time slots you've got to hit things in as one of the interesting parts of it. The other part is, again, everything's dispersed. You've got to do everything in little tiny little bits here and spread it out. And as you guys understand so well today from moving all this stuff around, it's sometimes a little more challenging to do that when you can't peer over your shoulder at the desk next or the monitor or have a conversation there real quickly. So that's right off the top of my head.
And I know you've invested a lot in equipment to help make that happen too. So talk about some of the things that you've learned to do over the last couple of months, especially when it comes to video cameras and things like that.
Let's do the standard trick. Take on my messy desk at the kind of stuff that pulls this stuff all together. Actually, the projector's down right now because I'm in the middle of setting up another. Normally, there's a screen up there. And so there's a lot of stuff, a bunch of systems all networked together. The big sort of thing that we've really been, last time we did this, I've been doing this a couple of times. First time we had to do it in a week at CanSec West, and you guys were scrambling too, and everything was there. The second time was, has been a couple of times in the summer. This time we're trying to make it all more virtual, so that we can actually have people controlling various bits and have more being distributed and being able to be shuffled off and being able to be redundant in the cloud is really what we're going for.
Right. And I've been pretty preoccupied with Pwn2Own today, but I know we've got the Discord server going on. We've got a hallway track on the Discord server. How's that going?
Actually, the hallway track, we're not starting that until about 5:30 or 6 p.m. That'll be just basically a Zoom meeting, and we're kind of trying to for that lobby desk feel that we had in the in-person conferences.
Yep. That is one thing with the virtual conference, and we've heard this from a lot, is people miss that casual interaction. So I think the Discord server is a nice kind of alternative. What else have we got going on that Discord server?
lots of different ways to get at this information right now, and I think the basic thing is you're still watching people at the end, and it's the people that are the magic, really. So thanks for working with you guys, dudes.
So how has the conference, because the conference has been running today too, correct?
This conference actually starts right after this. So this has been one of the wonderful things that I've really enjoyed here, is that I've been able to participate in Pwn2Own and work with you guys much closer, I think, than we have in a long time. So
yeah, normally during a Pwn2Own, we see you just come in the room and flit out, just kind of do just a little head count, and that's about it. So how has it been different for you? What are you seeing behind the scenes now that you normally don't see at a CanSec where you're really busy?
Oh, it's a really funny question, because I've been reflecting on that myself too. And so I'm just going to mute the Zoom here on my other ear, because they're wondering about audio stuff. But it feels a lot like early conferences, because nobody's sure how long things take online. Scheduling's real hard. Everybody's not, you come up with unexpected roadblocks, and in physical conferences, we'd been slowly hammering out all the problems and getting things to work fairly fire-free. But online, it feels like I was CanSec West the 3rd or 4th year right now, because as we try to marshal all the pieces. At some point, we're building stuff. I'm over here just off camera building another relay broadcast computer and reformatting it. So it's very much more dynamic. We've got folks in sitting in their own apartments, all scrambling and beating on websites and things like that. So it's a different kind of challenge. It's worth learning, though, I think.
Yeah,
it's
I
the
think
future.
So too. That's a very good point. It is the future, whether we want it to be or not, which is usually how the future rolls. So we saw a few good exploits today. Did you see any of the exploits? What did you think of them? Did you have a favorite so far?
I've actually been watching like a hawk. I must say, from just the sheer drama perspective, the trial as you guys were swapping in the Nighthawk routers, and that was I was like, oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Are these guys going to get? That was really quite fun, actually. So it was interesting. It had some interesting logistical challenges there, swapping the routers instead of reflashing. And so, all kinds of little things that we were learning as tricks to doing the competitions and making them go in this virtual space.
Exactly. So you said that we've got the PAXET conference that starts after Pwn2Own. That's running for quite a few days. Looking forward to for that.
So we're doing things differently online. You're in all the time zones simultaneously, and every day is Blur's day. So any time's particularly bad for somebody. So we normally would jam everything into 2 8-hour days, because we were paying for venues and we had people flying. So you're trying to really optimize that time. But online, everybody's got kids at home, like I do, and or maybe homeschooling, or maybe you've got things to do with lockdown life. So we're taking all that content and we're kind of spreading it out. We're doing a bunch of different experiments here. We're being very avant-garde in that, for instance, where you go up to the PAXEC site right now, you'll see the streams and the recordings of all the things already there. And after the event finishes, they get pre-dumped in there. There's no delay between the publishing of the videos and the actual event and stream. So we're trying to figure out how to get communication between folks more optimized, and we're still figuring out the usage patterns in online conferences in a lot of ways. So a lot of experiments.
New headspace. It's definitely a new space. It's definitely a lot of experimental stuff going on. So I definitely think you're doing a great job kind of leading the way on that. Let's see. So tomorrow
I'm jumping in and say thanks with you guys. I mean, you guys have been pioneering, and we've been working on how to move this very difficult, complex logistics of disclosure to this online space, and it's pretty cool. Always glad to work with you guys. Innovation.
Well, thanks. We're always glad to work with you as well. I mean, we go back so many years now. Since 2007, we've been working with you on Pwn2Own. That's hard. It's kind of hard to believe. And I've been on both sides of it personally, having been working for a vendor and receiving bugs from, ZDI at Pwn2Own, and now on this side, gotta say it's a little easier on this side from that perspective at least. But so we've got 2 more days of Pwn2Own. Is there another thing that you're particularly looking forward to over the next couple of days, or just more of the same?
So we've kind of set up an agenda where we've got some fairly big name panels. The 7 o'clock p.m. time zone, which works out to be, I believe that's 11. Yeah, I think that's 11 or noon Japan time. So that's kind of a sweet prime spot. We've got a bunch of smart folks doing some panels on a future look at InfoSec from some really smart visionaries. Drone security on Friday night, and we're going to look at SDR tools on the evening. We've got Adam Laurie's going to do a session on RFID. There's a bunch of stuff that is actually still milling, and we're being very dynamic with the agenda. That's why it also feels like early years, because all the stuff has been compressed by a number of events and real world things that we're still juggling those schedule very, very last minute. But folks can show up instantly. No travel time on the internet.
Yeah, there's no travel time. Nothing gets lost in customs on the internet, unlike laptops headed to
and the internet
Toronto.
Nuts. Yeah.
Oh
yeah, all kinds of. I kind of miss it. I really miss Japan and travel stories. It's my life is a little less bright not seeing you guys and going shopping in Akihabara or doing something with you guys in Tokyo every year like we've done for the last little while. It's
we'll definitely
a
miss
city
Shibuya.
near and dear to my heart.
Yes, we definitely miss Shibuya. Definitely miss Happy by the Bay, as well as several other great sushi restaurants. And definitely miss seeing. Well, Abdul especially will miss playing the video games in Akihabara. That guy knows how to play a claw game like nobody's business. He walks out with a lot of stuffed animals. He's very good at it. Well, Dragos, thanks for taking the time. I won't hold you up anymore, and we'll get back to the contest. Our next exploit is coming up here just at 5:30. That'll be our last one for today, and we'll be back to cover everything with the director of ZDI, Brian Gorence, after that exploit. And until then, we'll see you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final entry on day one of Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2022, coming at you live from Toronto. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, and this final attempt for day one sees the Trapa Security team coming back for their second attempt today. This time they'll be targeting the LAN interface on the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router. So they got $5,000 on the line for a successful attempt, and if they get that 1 point confirmed, they would actually get into the lead of the Master of Pwn standings, but then one step closer, grabbing the trophy and the custom hazmat suits and the platinum status in 2021, etc. So I know they're all set in Toronto, and so we'll go ahead and I'll toss it to Abdul, and he will run the exploit, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, so are you guys ready?
I think we're ready.
Good, okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
My suspicion is that we will not wait too long to get the result on this attempt.
Yes. Oh. See, good job. Excellent job.
All right, that's a success. Successful demonstration.
You want to
oh, look at that.
Yes.
Can we share the screen now?
Yep.
Yeah, you guys can see.
Yep, we're sharing the screen. We see there a UID of root. Nice little busy box shell. So yeah, that is definitely a successful demonstration.
Good.
Quite a few things you can do with BusyBox on a router, and if you don't believe me, just ask Vincent. He'll tell you like 17 of them. So they will head back to the disclosure room, and they will go through all of the details of this particular thing. And again, if they confirm it, that puts them in the lead for day one, and we'll come back on day two, and we'll roll from there. Now, don't go away too far, because in about well, first of all, we've got a couple of videos that you want to see. We'll go back to the year 2016 and see Pwn2Own Vancouver from back then. That's the last time that someone else narrated all of the videos besides me. So going way back in time for that. And then at 6 o'clock Eastern, Brian Gorence will come in. He and I will kind of talk over the whole day's proceedings, and that'll lead us into the events for tomorrow. So join us back here at 6, and I hope you enjoy the videos in the meantime. We'll see you then.
Once every year in sunny Vancouver, the best hackers meet the biggest players in the tech industry. Pwn2Own is the Super Bowl of hacking competitions. This year, we had a record number of competitors sign up. Let's see how they did on day one. First to go was Jung-Hon Lee, who also goes by Loki Heart. He demonstrated a successful code execution attack against Apple Safari to gain root privileges. The attack consisted of 4 new vulnerabilities, a use after free vulnerability in Safari, and 3 additional vulnerabilities, including a heap overflow to escalate to root. This demonstration earned 10 Master of Pwn points and $60,000. Next up was 360 Vulcan Team. They demonstrated a successful code execution attack against Adobe Flash using a type confusion bug with a use after free vulnerability in the Windows kernel to run code in the system context. Later, their second attempt demonstrated a successful code execution attack against Google Chrome in the system context. This attack used 4 vulnerabilities, 2 use after free vulnerabilities in Adobe Flash, 1 use after free vulnerability in the Windows kernel, and an out-of-bounds vulnerability in Google Chrome. This was, though, a partial win due to the Google Chrome vulnerability being a duplicate of a previous independent report to Google. In total, they earned 25 Master of Pwn points and $132,500 for both attempts. Tencent Security Team Shield, which is PC Manager and Keen Lab, demonstrated a successful code execution attack against Apple Safari to gain root privileges. This used 2 use after free vulnerabilities, one in Safari and the other in a privileged process in Mac OS X. This demonstration earned them 10 Master of Pwn points and $40,000. Next up was Tencent Security Team Sniper, which is KeenLab and PC Manager. They demonstrated a successful code execution attack against an out-of-bounds vulnerability in Adobe Flash that used an info leak vulnerability and a use after free vulnerability in the Windows kernel. This achieved system context. This demonstration earned 13 Master of Pwn points and $50,000. The last to go was Tencent Xuanwu Lab. They attempted an Adobe Flash vulnerability in Microsoft Edge. After a nerve-wracking 15-minute window, the attempt finally failed. At the end of the day, a total of 15 new vulnerabilities were demonstrated and $282,500 earned in prizes. At the end of day one, 360 Vulcan Team is in the lead for the title of Master of Pwn with 25 points. What will day two bring? Tune in tomorrow and follow us on hashtag Pwn2Own. The second and final day of the 2016 Pwn2Own competition wrapped up today. It was an exciting day with 2 attempts failed in a row of Pwn2Own first, and the top prize of Master of Pwn came down to the success or failure of the last attempt of the event. Let's have a look at the details. The first attempt today was by Tencent Security Team Sniper, KeenLab and PC Manager. They demonstrated a successful code execution attack against Safari to gain root privileges using a use after free vulnerability in Safari and an out-of-bounds vulnerability in Mac OS X. This demonstration earned them 10 Master Pwn points and $40,000. Next up was Junghon Lee, who also goes by Loki Heart, with 2 attempts. The first demonstrated a successful code execution attack against Microsoft Edge in the system context using an uninitialized stack variable vulnerability in Microsoft Edge and a directory traversal vulnerability in Microsoft Windows to get system privilege. This demonstration earned him 15 Master of Pwn points and $85,000. Unfortunately, his second attempt to demonstrate a code execution attack against Google Chrome failed. Later, Tencent Security Team Shield, PC Manager, and KeenLab attempted to demonstrate a code execution attack against Adobe Flash in the system context. This attempt failed. The last to go was Tencent Security Team Sniper, KeenLab, and PC Manager. They demonstrated a successful code execution vulnerability against Microsoft Edge in the system context. They used an out-of-bounds vulnerability in Microsoft Edge and a buffer overflow vulnerability in the kernel. After a heart-pumping 2 minutes, their demonstration succeeded in making them the Master of Pwn for Pwn2Own 2016 with 38 Master of Pwn points and $142,500 in prizes. This was an amazing and emotional event with record-breaking attendance. This year is also special as Trend Micro became a sponsor of Pwn2Own following the acquisition of Tipping Point, ZDI, and DV Labs. It was great seeing you all in Vancouver. See you next time.
Hi everyone, it's Dustin Childs again here, coming to you from Pwn2Own Tokyo 20, live from Toronto. Of course, I'm in neither of those cities, but it's the end of day one, and I'm joined by ZDI's director, Brian Gorence, who's we're going to talk a little and see how today went, because we had a lot of different exploits go on today. So Brian, welcome. And what were your initial thoughts of day one?
And we've really done a full stream. Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, no, I got you.
Me?
Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I got
excellent.
you now, so go for it.
Yeah, so I thought today was a great day. The first time we've gone through the whole streaming process with this, and to get really every flavor of Pwn2Own to come through the stream. We had 4 successful entries, we had 2 partial entries, and we had actually 1 failure. And so people who were watching the stream most of the day were actually able to see kind of all the different kind of things that happen within Pwn2Own. Whether the contestant is going to win real quickly with a 0 day, or whether they were going to win real quickly and possibly have a duplicate during the disclosure process that would disqualify them from being a full win. Sometimes they would leverage a previously known vulnerability that would result in a partial win. And to actually have a failure on day one, though it's sad for the Black Coffee team to have a failure, it's for the people on the stream who are watching the event, it's who may not have experienced Pwn2Own in this before. I mean, you can kind of feel the tension. You can understand that maybe the disappointment of the contestant who is participating in the contest, and also understand that maybe the bug was patched out, or something happened that would put them at a disadvantage. So kind of fun to see across the board, and hopefully Black Coffee will come back in a future event like they did. One of their members is actually part of the winning team at Pwn2Own Miami this year, so I'm sure they'll be back in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be back too, and that was a very disappointing attempt. But it was cool to see them working with the team in Toronto, swapping out hardware and trying different configurations. That team really took their time to really make them as successful as they possibly could be. I think a lot of people don't see the scenes like that in most Pwn2Owns, so it's really cool that we can kind of stream that out and show that to everyone now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the attempt, you see the guys, pulling brand new routers out from the back and just making sure that everything's super clean and super set up for the contestant. I mean, that's something that we pride ourselves at the Pwn2Own contest, is making sure that, we're giving the contestant the best possibility to win the cash and prizes. And, hopefully, their exploit comes through and is successful, but just it doesn't always happen. Exploitation can be challenging sometimes, especially when you've never seen the actual target. You haven't seen the actual target that you're going against. Maybe there's some unique issue that exists. Software is complicated.
Yeah, especially with these devices, there's so many minor variants and subtle differences that might not appear. So if we buy one from Target or one from Best Buy or one from Walmart, they might have a subtle difference that means all the world when it comes to Pwn2Own.
Yeah, there's definitely been in the past. In the past, we've had issues with regionality of certain devices. If you buy a device, especially when we were doing mobile phones, when we had mobile phone entries, you buy an iPhone, you have to buy the specific model number from the specific region, and it actually can get quite complicated to get the right targets for the contestants. So, it's and all of that kind of communication that happens before the event to make sure that they are as successful as possible. It can be a challenge logistically. That's for sure.
Great. Let's talk about the entry of the television, because I think that's an interesting case too. Now, that ended up being a partial win because the contestant was able to get a reverse shell on a fully patched Samsung TV, but it was a known bug. Can you kind of walk us through what that means?
Yeah, what that means is that we have, a contestant who is targeting a component within the television that is more than likely not fully up to date. To whatever the latest, greatest code base is for that, whatever open source project that he was attempting against. And this is a common problem in IoT devices, is this idea of patch gap, where you can't, where not all the libraries and not all the components in the device are up to the latest and greatest builds, but the device is fully up to date, and actually will leave you vulnerable to vulnerabilities that have already been patched and can be exploited, possibly using some of the existing techniques and POCs and exploits that exist out there.
Yeah, that's an interesting scenario because, like you said, that patch gap, even though you think, oh, my device is fully up to date, as I've said, check for updates, and it said there are none available. Maybe they just haven't made it there from whether it be a web browser or some other OS open source component, like you said. So that's interesting. Let's go back earlier in the day and talk about the WAN interface on the router, because I'm thinking this year's, and I don't remember if we have had a WAN demonstration before. Have we?
Yeah, last year at Pwn2Own Tokyo, we had a WAN demonstration from the same group, and those are always really interesting because you think about a router. A lot of the vulnerabilities that people are talking about in routers are on the LAN side. To have a WAN side exploit is actually quite scary because it's something that you're not really a consumer is going to protect. We're kind of relying on that at that point on the network provider to protect the WAN side of the home router, and so it's when you see a WAN exploit and then one that actually installs a persistent backdoor on the application that survives a factory reset. I mean, that's extremely scary stuff, especially for home, the move to the home office and the fact that a lot of people are buying these kind of higher end home routers. It can be quite frightening and hard for an enterprise to protect against.
Yeah, I mean, the enterprise boundary has really moved away from even a cloud-based or a perimeter at a building where you have servers. Now your enterprise boundary is wherever your remote workers are and what type of wireless router that they may have. So a WAN bug, and especially with persistence like that, so I'm sure NETGEAR will get right on that one. And
I would hope so.
And we had our first NAS entry today as well on the Western Digital. What can you tell us about that bug, if anything?
Yeah, that chain was interesting. They had recently updated, and so they had, the contestants had to adjust to the massive update that Western Digital did right before the contest, and they did end up finding something that was unique and was something that even ZDI was not aware of and Western Digital wasn't aware of. So you see. You see how fast researchers can look at stuff and how how effective they are at finding vulnerabilities. It kind of just proves out that keeping your stuff up to date and ensuring that you're applying the patches is going to put you in the best foot forward. But you still got to be careful, right? You still got to be cognizant of what you're doing to make sure that you're not going to get exploited. And in these cases, it was great actually to talk to Western Digital before the event or before the actual disclosure process and get an understanding of where and how they approach security and why they value this contest. And so I think it's going to be I think we may have them on possibly tomorrow for an interview. So I think it could be you could talk to them a little bit more about where they sit and why they seem to enjoy the contest so much.
Yeah, it'd certainly be great to get them on and talk to them, kind of get their philosophy for security and for researcher outreach as well. I'm looking forward to that. So that kind of leads me into the next couple of days. What are we looking forward to over the next couple of days? I know myself, the Synology attempts, again, I've mentioned it before, I own a Synology, the exact model, which you picked without consulting me. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Trying to keep you secure, Dustin. I'm trying to keep you secure.
I know, hey, if I get a patch out of it, that's great. I'll update right away. What are we looking forward to over the next couple of days?
Yeah, I think I'm excited about tomorrow morning's entry at 10 o'clock Eastern time, the WAN interface on the TP-Link. Like I said, the WAN exploits to me are always kind of the sexiest router exploits that are out there. Team Flashback, just from their history at Pwn2Own and how dynamic that team is, it's going to be an amazing exploit. I'm also looking forward to, the Sony television hack as well. And the Synology device. I think these are new entries into the Pwn2Own contest. We are we're looking forward to see what comes from those. And I think the vendor will be on site for us to disclose to them. So I think it's we're excited to have this new category. It seems to be going quite well for us this year, and we'll see how it wraps up for the whole contest.
Great. So looking forward to all those things as well. But just a quick recap of day one. We awarded $50,000 for the various 4 successful attempts. We did have 2 partials, so that's why you see Team Vitel there with I think they were one of the partials. But currently, and in the Master of Pwn standings, Trapa Security has 3 points. Team Flashback has 2 points. STARLabs with 1. Team Vitel with 1. Like you said, tomorrow morning, that WAN interface on the router, that could easily give them 2 more points and put Flashback in the lead. And that could actually make them, it's going to be very close for Master of Pwn. And I know folks we've gotten great feedback on how cool the trophy is. So I'll show that tomorrow in detail as well. But yeah, it's shaping up to be an interesting couple days.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Great. Well, I want to thank everyone for joining us throughout this live stream today. It's been a great experience for me. Hopefully, you all have gotten something out of it. Seeing Pwn2Own in a way that you haven't been able to see before. I know a lot of people have wanted to travel to Vancouver or Tokyo to watch Pwn2Own, but it was cost prohibitive. Well, our YouTube stream is free and open, so I hope you've enjoyed it today, and we'll definitely see it tomorrow. Our 5th is 8 a.m. Eastern. That's UTC -4. So, and that will be the WAN on the the TP-Link AC1750, 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Hope to see you there.